Good morning. We're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571, etc. of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate their rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right. Our first case this morning is protest hearing status, case number 24 PRO 00053, Big Ten Liquors, license number 60652. This case has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement to the board for its review and consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00046, High Spirits, license number 127084. Good morning, Mr. Oriella. Can you please elevate the licensee, the ANC, and the protestants?
Good morning. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Kurt Sherman, your access has been elevated. Mark Eckenweiler, your access has been elevated. And I believe that is all, Chairman.
Can I have everyone turn their camera on, please? All right, let's have the parties identify themselves for the record, starting with you, Mr. Mixon. You're on mute, Mr. Mixon.
Apologies. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the licensee. That's CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Eckenweiler, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Eckenweiler. First name Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name Eckenweiler, E-C-K-E-N, like November, W-I-L-E-R, here on behalf of ANC 6C.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Sherman. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kurt Sherman, K-U-R-T-S-H-E-R-M-A-N. representing, I believe it's about 7 or 8 petitioners, abutting residents to the establishment in question.
Good morning, Mr. Sherman.
Good morning.
All right, this is a protest hearing status. It's my understanding that at the roll call, stand-in was granted to the ANC to protest this matter. It is also my understanding that as far as the group of 5 or more, that only one person from the group appeared at the roll call hearing. And so therefore, Mr. Sherman, in order for the board to grant status stand-in to your group, sir, I need 4 other individuals to be present for the hearing today. Where are those 4 other individuals, sir?
Okay, several of them were on vacation due to the holidays, and they were unreachable. I only received notice of this invite yesterday.
Mr. Sherman, for this roll call hearing, I'm sorry. When this matter was protested, when the protest notice went out, sir, the protest hearing provided the date for the roll call. It provided the date for the protest hearing status, and it also provided the date for the protest hearing, sir. And I am, without speaking to the board's agent, sir, I'm almost positive that the board's agent informed you, sir, at the roll call hearing that the protest hearing was scheduled for today. And in order for you to have full standing, sir, you have to appear with 4 other members. Okay, sir? And so if you are unable to produce 4 other members right now, I would be making a motion to the board to dismiss your protest, sir. So unless you have 4 members right now who are ready to appear, I will be making a motion for the board to dismiss your protest. If the board approves the motion, you will have once we issue a final order, you will have 10 days to give us reasonable notice and reasonable cause why the decision that was made today is incorrect, sir.
Yes, and I will proceed with that reason for unreasonableness because I was not informed at the roll call that I needed to have 4 other participants present at this call. You may assume that was presented to me, but however, it was not, and I respect your position.
And I am almost 100% positive, sir, that if I was to review the transcript from the roll call hearing, it will specifically inform you that you were provided conditional stand-in, and that hold on 1 minute, that you were provided conditional stand-in, and that you would have to provide sir, is your email address your email address is your first last name at gmail.com. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And so you're telling me that on June the 11th, you did not receive notice from the agency to inform you that the mediation was scheduled for June 13, the status hearing was scheduled for July 10th, and the protest hearing was scheduled for August 7th, 2024?
I did receive notice on July 10th, but I was unaware that I needed to have all 5 participants present at this hearing.
And is it correct that you participate in the roll call? You participate in the roll call hearing, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the board's agent provided you conditional standing, is that correct, sir?
If you say so, I don't recall those particular words. I would look forward to hearing the transcript.
What did she say to you, sir?
I did not notice. I was not aware that it was conditional status was granted on my behalf. At the mediation hearing, I had like 6 individuals show up because I coordinated that at the mediation hearing. But I was not aware that this hearing I would need to have 5 participants present, or I would have coordinated that.
All right. Mr. Sherman, this is from the mediation hearing on, and I'm doing this because I want the record to reflect correctly. There was a mediation, the roll call was held on July 3rd, 2024.
Mhm.
And on July 3rd, 2024, sir, at the mediation, this is what was stated. I'm sorry, the roll call hearing.
June 3rd.
I'm sorry, on June 3rd. Hold on, all right. Ms. Fletcher, you were asked, Ms. Fletcher said the petition deadline to file, this is from page 5 of the transcript. The petition deadline to file the protest hearing was May the 13th. And you're asked, did they sign prior or after that date? You said, no, they signed after, but that's more than sufficient. That's more than 5, correct? Ms. Fletcher said, exactly. Mr. Sherman said, thank you. Mr. Fletcher said, are there any other members present from your group today? Mr. Sherman says, I do not believe so. Ms. Fletcher then says, okay, that is fine. Conditional standing is granted to a group of 8. What that means, Mr. Sherman, is that at least an additional 4 people need to appear for the upcoming status hearing, at which time the board would grant full standing to the group of 8. But we'll proceed, and you will have those people show up at the status hearing. Mr. Sherman said, very good, thank you. And Ms. Fletcher said, you're very welcome. Okay? So I do not know, Mr. Sherman, how you stated that you were unaware, because Ms. Fletcher specifically told you on June 3rd that you had to have at least 4 additional members to show up at the hearing today, sir. And since you do not have those members to show up are present online to participate in this hearing today, I would be making a motion. Do you have anything else before I make a motion? I have the board.
A copy of that transcript, if I may.
I'm sorry, sir?
May I receive a copy of that transcript?
Yes, sir. I will make sure that the agency provide you a copy of the transcript from the roll call hearing on June 3rd. Okay?
And as I proceed with your motion, however, as a private citizen, this is my first encounter with the board dealing with such matters. So,
and sir, I'm not. My position, sir.
You're not courteous enough to let me speak. I understand there's protocol and process, and I respect that. And I did drop the ball on that. But I want to see the transcript. That said, please proceed with the motion as you see fit.
Mr. Sherman, you stated that you did not recall hearing what I just stated, sir. Yes, sir.
I was unaware of what the implications of that. Let's put it that way. I mean, as I say, this is my first rodeo with the board, and so I'm still learning. I probably will not return again, since I doubt there'll be another instance. There may or may not be. However, I understand the protocol and the process, and that you must follow your protocol. If there is any leniency involved, I would appreciate that. However, if I was looking for a copy of the transcript just to validate what was said. I have no doubt that you're reading directly from it. I would just like it for my records so I can present it to my constituents.
That is fine, Mr. Sherman. One of the things that this agency prides itself on is that we are a consumer-friendly agency, that we will provide all information possible. And so rather than me saying to you, this is what was specifically done, I was fortunate that I have been provided a copy of the transcript, and so therefore I am reading the transcript that was from the June 3rd hearing. I will make sure, sir, at the end of this hearing that our legal office provide all the parties a copy of the transcript, sir. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so with that said, I therefore make a motion that we dismiss the group of 5 or more from this hearing based on their failure to provide 4 additional members at this hearing today. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. What this means, sir, the board has voted not to provide you stand-in. You can still participate with the ANC in working with this group, but how working with this licensee. However, you yourself will not have stand-in per se to move forward. And so if you still I know that you and your group are still concerned about this licensee, and you can work with your ANC, sir, to ensure that the ANC express the concerns of your group. Okay.
Very good. I'll work with Mark.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board, sir?
None at this time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Eckenweiler, are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board, sir?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that said, this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing, and I just need to get some clarification because in reviewing the notice, my note says that the protest hearing is scheduled for July 24th, but the notice says that the protest hearing is scheduled for August 7th. What date was provided to you? I need to get clarification from our legal office when the protest hearing is scheduled for.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, Mr. Eckenweiler.
Yes, we were notified, I believe at the roll call, that the protest hearing would be on August 7th at 1:30 p.m. That's what I have here in my written notes.
Could legal provide me with some clarification on when this protest hearing is scheduled for, please? And is that the same date was provided to you also, Mr. Mixon, the August date?
It was not established at the time of the roll call. I am looking to see if a notice was sent subsequently.
All right, let me look at the.
Yeah, if I may just, yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just looked at the transcript. It was not Ms. Fletcher represented that she would provide us that information, or maybe it was other staff provide that information by email later, and I'm now recalling that that's what happened.
Yes,
I don't have that email in front of me just yet.
On June 11th, we received a hearing notice that established the mediation status dates, and then a protest hearing date of August 7th.
Just give me. All right, hold on. All right, then I'm going to go with the date on the notice, and so the protest hearing is then scheduled for August 7th at 1:30 p.m. That's when the protest hearing is scheduled for in this case, and what this means is that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to provide a PIP. That you should disclose the documents and witnesses that will be relied upon on this hearing. Failure by either side to provide us with a PIP 7 days prior to the hearing, unless reasonable cause is shown, the party will be prevented from moving forward with a hearing and to rely on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Also want to advise you that, as you are aware, all these hearings are now done virtually, and so therefore, the parties will only have 1 hour to present its case, and you will not have more than 5 witnesses who can testify. If you need to have more time or more witnesses, please file a formal motion with the board asking for additional time and for additional witnesses. One of the things I also want to say to you is that the board supports settlement agreements. So if you believe that this matter will be settled, inform the board as soon as possible if you believe that this matter will be settled short of a hearing. Okay? Any questions any questions anyone wants to raise before I dispense with this hearing? Yes, Mr.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity,
Yes,
that's 30 minutes aside for the hearing, is that correct?
No, sir. You will have 1 hour to present your case in the sense of for direct examination, in the sense that if you you're going to do opening, direct examination of your witnesses and closing. The way the protest hearing normally goes is that the board will present its case first. So the board, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, the board will call the investigator. So the investigator will contact both parties to find out what their points are. So that would go first. The board then would go through its witness and question the witness on the case report. After the board presents its case, ask questions of the witness, of the investigator, then the licensee will have an opportunity to question the investigator, and then you'll also have an opportunity to present the investigator. Once that is done, the licensee will present its case. And once the licensee presents its case, you'll also have an opportunity to cross-examine whatever witnesses that the licensee provides. And then once in order to present your case in chief, you'll have an hour to present your case in chief, sir. Okay?
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. But as I stated before, the board supports the board supports settlements if it can be settled, because at the end of the day, I think this is it's a substantial change. So this, irrespective of what decision that will be made by the board, if this matter goes to a hearing, this establishment will still be in the neighborhood. So it's always it's always good if the parties can agree to terms, because at least if the parties agree to terms, then everyone will be happy. If the board makes a decision, then one side will be happy, the other side will be unhappy. However, the board will make a decision if this matter goes to a hearing on August 7th. Okay? So if there are no other questions, have a great day. Continue negotiating, and if it's not settled, we will see you on August 7th. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Mixon, I do hope to see you at your show cause hearing, sir. Okay?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24, CMP 00022, Safari Restaurant and Lounge, license number 90424. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government?
Sure thing. Christopher Stalcott, your access has been elevated. And I think that's all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott, from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning, sir. I see that the licensee is not here. Are you aware? Have you had any contact with the licensee?
We've conveyed OIC terms, but haven't heard any response as of yet.
All right. Well, at our show cause hearing status, the licensee it's not required for the licensee to be here. So with that said, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 31st at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that at 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon on the hearing, unless reasonable good cause is shown, the board is is empowered to prevent that site from moving forward. Are there any questions?
Nothing from the district.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00010, Georgetown West End Casas Rum Bar, license number 109462. Mr. Orion, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Am I looking at the same list as you?
The next case is show cause hearing for Georgetown West End Casas Rum Bar. Mr. Mixon, and I'm not sure.
I see hearing rescheduled.
No, sir. You're calling that I'm calling that case. There should
Okay.
the parties should be there.
Gotcha.
Yes.
One second. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. And that appears, Matthew Brown, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Brown, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Matthew Brown on behalf of the district. That's MATTHEWBROWN.
Good morning, Mr. Mixon.
Good morning. Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel to the licensee. That's CAMERONMIXON.
All right, thank you. All right. Mr. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The parties were able to come to agreement this morning. So we have the OIC here that was submitted to the board. We're happy to read it into the record or just present it here for you for your acceptance.
What I will ask you to do, sir, is to read it in the record. I will ask Mr. Mixon if this is his understanding. If he confirms it, then the board will accept the offer in compromise on the record, which is the way we used to do it in the olden days prior to these virtual hearings. So you can read what the offer in compromise in the record, sir.
Okay. Offer in compromise for board approval. The District of Columbia, jointly with the licensed respondent, submits this offer in compromise to the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board as authorized by 23 DCMR 1604.5 for approval by the board. The parties understand that if the board approves the OIC, appeal and judicial review are waived under 23 DCMR section 1611.6. Scheduling hearings will be vacated and the case will conclude. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the fine, suspension, or other OIC terms shown below. If the board does not approve the OIC, the matter will be continued to the scheduled show cause hearing on the date to be determined. Respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept the OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of notice, status hearing, and show cause hearing that at a show cause hearing, respondent will be represented by legal counsel, have subpoenas issued to require production of witnesses and evidence, produce witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for a qualified interpreter.
Just all you need to do, Mr. Brown, just tell me what the charges and what the terms what are the settlement terms, sir?
Oh, okay. Yes. So the charges were it was a failure to follow a settlement agreement and joint stipulation in violation of DC Code 25-446.01. And we took proposed action under DC Code 25-823A6. The settlement terms was just a warning for this infraction, sir.
There is a warning. So, Mr. Mixon, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the government has agreed to that the terms are a written warning will be issued, sir. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise, sir?
That is our understanding as well.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
They are.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
There.
Okay, with that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. The offer in compromise has been accepted. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So we are done with, we have now dispensed with our morning calendar. And with that said, let me now move to our agenda items for the morning. The first agenda item that we have this morning, it's to review, this is our legal agenda for alcohol. Number one, review of a settlement agreement dated June 17th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5F and Trader Joe's number 820, license number 128542. I make a motion that the settlement agreement be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number two, review of a settlement agreement dated July 2nd, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and NARA, license number 128597. I make a motion that the settlement agreement be approved. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number three, review of a settlement agreement dated June 27th by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Taco Bell Cantina, license number 128321. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number four, review of request to continue fact-finding hearing in case number 24251-00025, Rose Bar license number 077883. I make a motion that we continue this matter to July 31st at 1:30 p.m. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number five, review of the government's proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law in case number 23251-00016, Madams Organ, license number 024273. This is an FYI to the board. And number six, review of respondents' proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law in case number 23251-00016, Madams Organ, license number 024273. This is also an FYI to the board. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, is review of settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Fire Tuned. Their license number is 128026. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I
Mr. Grant.
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant have seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number two, review of settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Mr. Nice Guys 2, license number 127919. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number three, review of a settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commissions 2G and High End DC, license number 127840. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a second supplemental memorandum dated January 30th, 2024. This is DeLorean, license number 126807. I make a motion that we stay this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis supplemental. The one matter on this agenda is a review of a request for expedited cease and desist hearing on board order number 2024-472. This is Safe House, license number 24 ULC 00001. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now, let's now move to our licensing agenda, alcohol. The first matter for licensing agenda is review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for APACHO, APAPACHO. License number is 128640. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review a request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Hush, license number 129239. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Squash on Fire, license number 129229. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Alfresco Tap on Grill, license number 107410. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application for class change from retailer B Beer to retailer B Beer and Wine to retailer A Liquor Store. This is for Loyal Market, license number 123464. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review application for class change from retailer B Beer and Wine to a retailer A Liquor Store. This is for Aura Market 2, license number 124890. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review application for a class change from retailer B Beer and Wine to retailer A Liquor Store. This is for DC Food Market, license number 106962. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review application for change of hours of alcohol beverage sales on weekends. This is for Bunker, license number 1222706. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And number 9, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Uni Japanese Cuisine, license number 089438. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will cancel the following license for the reasons outlined before. Pinstripes, license number 094868. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that the license be canceled. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary license one-day substantial change docket. There are 10 licensees on this docket. I'm going to read the name of the 10. I'm going to read all the applicants, and at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that these applications be approved. The first one is a request from Virginia Palsy for a one-day license class F. This is for a fundraiser on July 12th. The license number is 129216. 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 2, a request from Naomi Prince, PRINTZ, for a one-day license class F jazz concert. This is July 13th. The license number is 129241. 100 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 3, a request from Allison Foster, a one-day license class F concert, the Brand Guild. This is July 13th. The license number is 129269. 400 attendees, 8 security guards. Number 4, a request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, DC Rawhides. This is July 13th. The license number is 129192. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 5, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, DC Rawhides, July 27th. The license number is 129193. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 6, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, DC Rawhides. This is August 10th. The license number is 129194. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 7, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G for DC Rawhide, August 24th. The license number is 129195. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8, a request from Stephanie Holland, one-day license class G for Squareda Films, SQUADRA Films. This is August 3rd. The license number is 129209. 2,500 attendees, 30 security guards. Number 9, a request from Michael Leiston, LEITSON, one-day license class G for wedding. This is on September 29th. The license number is 129242. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10, a request from Millicent Hawkins for one-day license class G. This is for 60th birthday. The event was July 6th. The license number is 129202. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these licenses. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now we'll look at the license administrative docket for July 10th, 2024. There are 19 applicants on this docket, and without objection, I make a motion that the ABC Board approve all applicants on the licensing administrative docket for July 10th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And let's now do the licensing the licensing administrative street tree docket for July 10th, 2024. There is one applicant, and that's Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119393. It's a retailer C restaurant. They have requested a street tree endorsement application. I make a motion that this application be granted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our notice of medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 14 licensees on this agenda. I'm going to review all 14. I will make recommendations to the board, and then at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board adopts the recommendation made by the chair. So the first request on the medical cannabis licensing agenda, it's for conditional retail and internet retail application number 1, review conversion of social equity application to conditional new retailer license. This is for KKAE, license number 128694. The motion will be for this to be approved. Number 2, review of conditional social equity application for new retailer license. This is for Smoke and Tings, TINGZ2 Inc., license number 128897. The motion for this to be approved. Number 3, review of conditional social equity application for new internet retailer license. This is for Ken Tai Pay LLC, license number 128734 for approval. Number 4, review of conditional social equity application for the new internet retail license. This is for Full Spectrum LLC, license number 129082, approval. Number 5, review of conditional social equity application for new retailer license, Full Spectrum LLC, license number 129083, approval. Number 6, review of conditional social equity application for new retailer license, Mirage Inc., license number 129298, approval. Request number 7, review of request to expand edible flavors. This is for Fido Cultivation LLC, license number 125107. This is approval. Number 8, review of packing and advertising signs. This is for Finest LLC, license number 125104. Recommendation approval. Number 9, review of testing service rollout plan. This is for Clear Sight Labs LLC, license number 127126. This is an FYI for the board. Number 10, review of request to restructure ownership and add new owner. This is Up in Smoke 2, license number 126850. Fact finding. The recommendations of fact finding. Number 11, review of request to restructure ownership and add new owner. This is Up on Smoke 3, license number 126868. The recommendations of fact finding. Number 12, review of request to restructure ownership and add new owner. This is Up on Smoke 4, license number 126975, recommendation fact-finding. Number 13, review of request to transfer product due to operational closing. This is for Capital City Care, license number 117375, recommendation approval. And number 14, review of request to transfer product due to operational closing, Capital City Cultivation, license number 117368, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve the recommendation made by the Chair on the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. We now move to our medical cannabis license administrative docket. And so our medical cannabis licensing administrative docket for July 10th, there are 4 applicants on this agenda, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approves all the applicants on the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket for July 10th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. I believe that I've now covered all the agenda items for this morning. It is now 11:30. The board is now, we have concluded our morning agenda. I would like to thank all the members of the public who participated in our agenda and our calendar for today. And the board now is in recess until our 2:30. We're now in recess, until 2:30. And I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. So I will see the public at 2:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Test 1 2, test 1 2 3, test. Copy that.
We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson, chairman of the chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance this afternoon, and so we do have a quorum to conduct business. We have one hearing this afternoon, and which is a qualifications hearing, and so it is a qualification hearing. It's DC Garden Hill LLC, license number 1284004, 1284005, and 1284006. Good afternoon, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the licensee, the potential licensee, and our investigator in this case?
Sure thing. Mark Lumpkins, your access has been elevated. Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Lumpkin, you are foggy. I'm not quite sure why your camera is foggy, sir. Maybe it's because you have the... Yes, that's better. Yes, thank you. All right, you can unmute yourself, sir. So let's start off with Mr. Peru. Please spell and state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, board. Jason Peru, ASONPERU, supervisory investigator with ABCA.
Mr. Lumpkins, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Mark Lumpkins. Mark, M-A-R-K, last name Lumpkins, L-U-M-P-K-I-N-S.
And who are you, sir?
I am the owner and operator of DC Garden Hill.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. The board doesn't often hold qualification hearings, so I want to take a minute to provide some background for the record. I also want to ensure that everyone is operating from the same understanding of how this hearing will be conducted. This matter comes to the board today because on April 24th, 2024, in Board Order Number 2024-183, the board denied the application for a new medical cannabis retailer's license filed by Fat Munchins DC LLC, trade name DC Garden Hill, hereafter applicant or Gordon Hill. This denial was based on evidence that the applicant filed a false and fraudulent business license with its application in violation of 22-C DCMR section 5406.1 and 5406.4 and 5606.5. Could I have everyone please mute your line, please? Specifically, in Board Order Number 2024-183, the board determined that intentionally filing a false document material to an application for licensure with the board merits the finding that the persons engaged in such activity are unfit and unqualified for licensure in accordance with Section 5400.1A. The agency and the board rely on the veracity of such submissions to make appropriate licensing determinations. Given the evidence, the applicant was deemed unfit and unqualified for licensure based on their involvement in the filing of the false and fraudulent business license with their application. We're here today because in addition to owning Fat Munchins, M-U-N-C-H-I-E-Z, DC LLC, ABCA's records show that Mark Lumpkins is associated with or is an owner of the following entities: DC Garden Hill LLC and DC Garden Hill Noma LLC. DC Garden Hill LLC and DC Garden Hill Noma LLC have filed 3 other applications with the board that have been assigned ABCA license number 128404, 128405, and 128406. Because the board previously found that the applicant intentionally filed a false business license with the application related to Fat Munches DC LLC, it puts into question whether the applicant is fit for licensure with regard to his other applications. Now then, the board will first call its witness, supervisor investigator Jason Peru. ABCA's investigator will be questioned first by the board, followed by the applicant. The applicant will then present his case and will also be subject to questioning from the board members. Mr. Lumpkins, you're also permitted an opening and closing statement, or you may waive that and handle oral argument as you see fit. So because this is a qualifications hearing, the parties will be sworn in. So I'm going to swear the parties in when they testify today. So, sir, do you wish to make an opening statement, or you'll wait for Mr. Peru to present its report? The board will ask questions of Mr. Peru. You will also have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Peru, and after that, you can present your case, sir. How do you wish to proceed?
I would like to hear from Mr. Peru first, and then I would like to follow up with my closing statement.
Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand? Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Mr. Peru? You're on mute. I did not hear you. Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Peru, tell me who you are. Please give me some background information on who you are, sir.
I am the supervisory investigator in the enforcement division at ABCA. I also do cannabis enforcement for the agency, as well as alcohol enforcement.
So tell me a little bit about what you said you do, cannabis enforcement. Tell me what that consists of, sir.
I conduct inspections of licensed cannabis retailers and cultivators in the district. And recently, since March, we've been doing inspections of unlicensed cannabis retailers, businesses in the district.
And so you said since March you have been doing, so explain what is it that you've been doing since March? Since
March, I've been doing enforcement against unlicensed cannabis shops in the district. I've been doing licensed enforcement since 2020, since we got the program from DC Health.
Now, how is it that you're familiar with this case today?
This was provided to me from the licensing division. I got it on March 25th, and they asked me to look into the documents they received in reference to an application.
All right, so did there come a time you write a report?
Correct. Well, once the investigation was complete, a report was requested to document it to go to the board for review.
All right, so can you review your report with us, please?
Sure. You want me to share it or just go over it?
Whichever one is easier for you, sir.
Okay, I'll just go over it. That's okay.
Okay.
So like I said, this was received from license. I got the documentation and information on March 25th from licensing. However, to start from the beginning, the ABRA licensing division received an online application from an unlicensed retailer on January 29th, 2024. It was reviewed by the licensing specialist, and on February 7th, they emailed the applicant requesting additional documents. On February 12th, they got those documents, and according to the submitted documents, the business license, which is the BBL, was issued by the DC Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, DLCP, on December 12th, 2021. The document stated that the license was valid from December 12th, 2021 to December 31st, 2023, with the signature of the DLCP Acting Director Grove. After reviewing the documents, licensing determined that the documents appeared to be altered, and that's when they forwarded it to Enforcement Division, and I received them on March 25th to look into it.
Hold on. Let me back up
Yes.
one. All right, so
Yes, sir.
who's the applicant? What was applied for you? Who's the applicant?
I'm sorry. It's Fat Munchies DC LLC / DC Garden Hill, located at 1671 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest.
And so who's the owner for that? What's the name that's affiliated with that establishment?
The listed owner on the application was Mark Lumpkins, who I believe is present.
All right, and who is it that provided information to the board? Was it Mr. Lumpkins or was it someone else? I'm sorry, to the agency. Who's the person who provided the information to the agency, if you're aware?
Give me 1 second. I'm just seeing if they're on the email chain, if there was a.
Is it in your report?
So the licensing division sent an email requesting. It's not in my report who they requested the email from. They submitted an application. They requested they emailed the applicant on February 7th, requesting additional documents. The email is from dcgardenhill@gmail.com. That's the email that sent the information back that our specialist emailed based on the information they had on file. There was no, I don't see, it's Exhibit 1 in my document has the copy of the email that was sent and then received. There is not a physical, actual person's name. It's just the LLC and the email of DC Garden Hill.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's Exhibit 1 I'm referring to. So backing up to when I received this on March 25th from licensing, I immediately contacted a DLCP program manager and asked her, basically sent her a copy of the document and asked them what they have reference to this location. Within an hour, they responded back to me and stated that according to the DLCP database, did not locate a BBL for Fat Munchies prior to 2024. She also stated that the BBL document that I sent her appeared to have been altered to show the 2021 dates. That's also an exhibit I included that was submitted, Exhibit 3. I also conducted an online search and determined that the DLCP Director Grove, whose name appears on the altered document, was appointed acting director by the mayor until September 7th, 2023. Therefore, her name should not be appearing on a document issued in 2021. I notified the licensing division of my findings, and then the report was drafted. And I believe that's it, Chairman.
Now, I guess I just want to be specific. So how is it that, so you're saying that your report has what's Exhibit 2, which is the license that we receive from the entity. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you're saying that you believe that this license is a forgery? What's the date? What's the date of the license?
The license, so the license date issued says 12/12 of 2021. Right. And the licensing period is 12/12/2021 to 12/31/2023.
All right. And this is for what establishment?
This is for Fat Munchies DC LLC.
And is there a name on the is there a name individual on this document, sir?
Yes, the business owner, Mark Lumpkins, is listed as the person who received the business license.
And I'm sorry, and who signed this document?
This is signed by it says Acting Director Tiffany Crow is the signature on the bottom of the document.
And so why is it that you determined that this document was fraudulent?
Well, I contacted DLCP, like I stated. They confirmed that there was no active business license for Fat Munchies LLC prior to 2020. I believe they said 2024. And then when I look at the signature of the acting director, who was not appointed acting director by the mayor until September 7th, 2023. So a document that was issued in 2021 should not have her signature on it. And so those items led me to believe that the document appeared to be fraudulent based on information received from DLCP and information received online looking at DC government and who was the director of the agency.
All right, fine. And so who does the agency believe filed the application?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, your question.
I'm sorry, who does the agency believe filed this application? Who provided us with this information?
The applicant on file is Mark Lumpkins.
So the agency is saying that the applicant, Mark Lumpkins, is an individual who provided us with this forged BBA, basic business license. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding then that there are 3 current applications in front of the agency, and who is the owner? Who's the owner and filed for these applications that for the 3 licenses that I had mentioned before?
I believe Mr. Lumpkins is on all 3 of them.
Okay. Does the board have any questions, any additional questions of Mr. Peru? Hearing none, Mr. Lumpkins, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Peru?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't.
All right. All right. So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Peru. Stay on line. And so we will then, Mr. Peru, I don't want you to disappear. I need you to. Are you still there, Mr. Peru? No, I want to make sure that you stay connected to the hearing. That's all. All right. So, Mr. Lumpkins, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So, how do you plan to, as I said before, you have an opportunity to make an opening statement, and you can say whatever you want to say, and then the board will have an opportunity to question you. Okay, sir.
Sure. So again, good afternoon to all. I'd like to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. I typed up this response to help you understand who I am and what my actions were to obtain the medical dispensary license. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, I'm a Washingtonian. I'm born and raised here in Washington, D.C. I graduated from UDC with my business degree in science. Being an entrepreneur and running multiple businesses here in our nation's capital has always been a dream come true for me. And in all honesty, this is my first time being in business outside of my classroom, and which gave me great excitement, but also weak impulses. And as we all know, experience is our best teacher. So here I have for you today is a timeline of events in sequence that I would like to share with you. On December 12, 2023, I opened DC Garden Hill LLC to become a licensed dispensary. On January 29, 2024, I applied to ABCA to obtain my medical dispensary license. On or about December 15th, 2023, I negotiated to acquire Fat Munchies DC LLC. I negotiated to acquire Fat Munchies DC LLC because they were referred to me for having a basic business license dated before December 31st, 2022, which I did not have at the time to apply as an unlicensed operator. The only reason I moved quickly with acquiring Fat Munchies DC LLC is that ABCA staff told me that it did not matter who applied first for the license. What mattered was whose application went to the board and got approved first. Otherwise, I would have waited until 1 a.m. March 1st when the social equity application period opened to apply, with my active license, DC Garden Hill license. So on or about December 20th, 2023, I accepted a verbal agreement to buy the LLC from Fat Munchies, with the intent that they would provide the BBL prior of December 31st, 2022. So on and around January 20th, Fat Munchies DC LLC provided an updated BBL that dated January 1st, 2024, which is what I submitted in my application for a medical dispensary license at 1671 Wisconsin Avenue. Because they said their license were revoked at the time, they wanted some time to get everything, updated. So once they got their clean hands and their good standing and everything, they sent all the documents to me, and then I uploaded them to ABCA's, portal, and I submitted my application. Around February 28th, the board approved my applications for Fat Munchies DC LLC as an unlicensed operator. And on March 8th, I was awarded a placard with the first steps of becoming, a licensed dispensary. So, and then on March 25th, I get a letter, an order letter, saying that you guys were going to revoke my placard on the basis of me not being within 400 feet of another retailer, which confused me then, because then in my application, the GSI map clearly shows me meeting the conditions of being within 400 feet of another applicant. So, and then within that 30 days of me, then I put in an appeal, and within that 30 days of the appeal, I was hit with an order from the board telling me that, my character is unfit with allegations to move forward with my application. So, between, and as a result of all these events in sequence, I've been placed in a financial crisis with buying, an LLC from Fat Munchies DC, and, being backed on my rent. And, I've remodeled my store to meet ABCA's medical dispensary standards with, security systems. I paid lawyer fees, and, I had no idea about, this. All the documents that came to me were, I have no idea how they were furnished to me, so, I mean, what I'm asking right now of this board, as a social equity applicant and meeting all of ABCA's, requirements, I would ask if this board can, reconsider the fitness of my character, and my other applications, and you guys can, dismiss the 1671 application and at least reconsider my other two applications as they meet all the requirements needed. And, I can assure this board that, this will not happen again ever, as this is my first time, being in business and being fortunate to, run a business in DC. It's been a dream come true for me and my family. So, I would ask this board, to reconsider and, give me the opportunity to, make an impact, on myself, as well as my community with, doing multiple businesses, running multiple businesses here, in our nation's capital. Thank you.
All right, I need to unpack all of this, Mr. Lumpkin. Now, so tell me a little bit about Fat Munchkins. So, however, maybe I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. All right, so what is the name of the business, sir?
The name of the business is called Fat Munchies DC
I'm
LLC.
sorry, Fat Munchies DC LLC.
Yeah.
So, how long has Fat Munchies DC LLC existed?
From my understanding, they been in business since December the year of 2021.
All right, so how where did this business operate?
At 1432 Wisconsin Avenue.
All right, so Fat Munchies, you believe that they existed since December of 21.
Yes.
And so when is it that you purchased this building? When is it that you purchased this entity?
I made the verbal agreement to purchase with the contingency of them giving me all the proper documents needed from ABCA. So I officially purchased it after when we were approved by ABCA to be a licensed dispensary, and before we got placarded. So around like a little before we got placarded, March 1st, March 2nd.
All right, so when did you? All right, so Fat Munchies was a I-71 business.
From my understanding, no, they were a retail gift shop that sold exotic snacks.
Did they sell cannabis?
I don't know what they sold. I just know that.
So what did you buy, sir? This is what I'm trying to figure out.
I bought a business that had a basic business license dated before December 31st, 2022. That's what I bought.
All right, okay, all right. What I guess one of the issues that in order to apply for at least the first set of licenses, in order to apply, you had to have been an illegal business that had a basic business license prior to 2021, some date in 2021, December 2021. That's my understanding. I might be somewhat off with the dates, but I think this is why it is important, in a sense that the basic business license had to exist in 2021. Okay, so the basic business license had to be. So
right.
The question I'm asking you, sir, what type of business did you purchase? I mean, you must know what type of business you purchased, because if it was not a specific type of business, it's irrelevant when the business license came about. It has to be a specific type of business, in a sense that to have why the date or the timeline when the business license existed was important. So that's what I'm trying to ask you. You purchased this business. What type of business was it that you purchased?
Yeah, from my understanding, Mr. Chairman, it was a retail business. They sold exotic snacks, and maybe they gifted cannabis as well. I'm not completely sure.
But you purchased something. You said you have a verbal agreement. So basically, you just went out in the community to say that I'm looking. I want to purchase. I want to purchase business, but you have to have a business license before December of before a certain date. And so I don't really care. I don't really care what type of business it is. I don't really care what type of business, as long as you have a business license. That's what it is. So that's just what I'm trying to get, sir. What type of business did you purchase? You have you must know what type of business, what type of verbal agree. You said you had a verbal agreement.
Yeah, they told me Mr. Chairman, sorry to cut you off. It was a retail shop. Now, I know they sold T-shirts, exotic snacks, chips, juices, you know? That's what I knew that they were. And from my understanding, from me applying for the application, it wasn't listed what type of basic business license or what type of, yeah, exactly. It wasn't listed what type of basic business license is required to put in an application. I just knew that I was in a time crunch, and in order for me to move forward with the application, I needed to purchase I needed to have a basic business license that dated before 2021, December 31st.
And so how did you know about how did Fat Munches come to your attention as a business that was for purchase?
Well, it was referred to me by a friend in the old neighborhood, and we had a phone call, and I talked to them, and we met in person, and we talked about the business and I told them what I needed, and they said they can provide me with the basic business license in order to apply for the medical dispensary, and then that's when we move forward.
And so who did you purchase this? Who did you purchase the business from?
I purchased it from the registered agent, which is Mr. Tommy M. And the thing is, I actually have an affidavit from him as well. I sent it to Miss Martha, which is the ABCA's counselor. You guys should have an affidavit that he wrote.
Mr. Chair, could I?
Yes, Mr. Peru.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify the dates that we're discussing. In order to apply as an unlicensed operator, you have to have a business license issued before December of 2022.
Right.
December 31st of 2022, just for clarification. And you have to be an unlicensed. You're supposed to provide proof of unlicensed activity and operation with your application. Just for clarification, sir.
All right. Thank you for that correction, Mr. Peru. So, all right. So you need a basic business license, and that's one of the reasons, Mr. Lumpkins, I'm asking you. When you purchase this business, it's not just the basic business license. So you need to know what type of basic business license that you're providing. So that's when you're saying to me you don't know what type of business it is, you must know what type of business it is, because in order to qualify to apply, you had to have the basic business license, and you had to prove to us that this business was in the market of selling cannabis. So I'm somewhat taken aback when you're saying to me you purchased this business and you didn't know what they were selling. You must know.
I told you what I knew what they were selling. They were selling snacks and T-shirts and exotic, merchandise.
But you don't know whether or not they were selling cannabis or gifting cannabis or whatever it is.
They may have been gifting cannabis, Mr. Chairman. I can't say that for sure exactly though, but I think they may have been gifting cannabis, because I have proof and documentation that in my application that business was in operation before December 31st, 2022. It's in the application.
But doing what? What type of business? You had to prove to us that you had to prove to the agency. It's a two-pronged test. You had to prove to the agency that there was a basic business license before December of 2022, and that
Right.
they were in operation of selling, gifting, or that they were in the business of cannabis.
Okay,
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
So, yes. Let me ask you a question. How did you prove to us? What information did you provide to the agency to prove that prior to this date that Fat Munches was in the cannabis business?
I didn't see that as a requirement on an application. And when I talked to my case manager, they didn't tell me that was a requirement either.
But everybody,
They never told me that. All they told me is they needed to see proof of that business functioning. That's it. I sent them documents showing them that the business was functioning and operating, selling whatever merchandise that they were selling at the time. They didn't tell me, that it needed to be, that it needed to be shown or needed to be known that they were a cannabis, gifting shop. They didn't tell me that. Like, my caseworker did not tell me that. They just told me I needed a basic business license and I needed to show that the business was operating.
All right. On February the 7th, 2024, somebody sent, I don't know, someone sent, and I'll ask a question. Are you the person who provided the basic business license to the agency on February 7th, 2024? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you said, I have attached the BBL certificate with social media proof below.
Yes.
So what social media proof did you provide to the agency?
I showed them social media proof of, Instagram posts.
Of what, sir? Instagram posts?
Instagram posts of the place of them being in front of the building that they're operating in front of, and just, operating their business and promoting their business.
So, all right. This is what the form asks you for. It says pending documents needed for approval by the board. Valid basic business license issued on or before December 21st, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Unlicensed operator experience. Examples include dated social media posts, website, advertisements, online customer or product reviews, business photos, or paid utility bills, financial statements, list of owners and managers, witness statements, demonstrating evidence of cannabis sales. So, the application asks you to send proof that this business was selling cannabis. So, what is it that you provided? What is it that you provide in the social media posts to demonstrate? That's what the form says. To demonstrate, because your response is that enclosed, please find a copy of the BBL and the social media proof. So that says to me, the social media proof that you provide is proof that this was a business that was selling cannabis. So I don't understand where you're telling me that you don't know what type of business that they were provide. I don't understand. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm lost.
So the thing is just selling cannabis. Okay, Chairman, they may have gifted cannabis. They may have gifted cannabis. But the thing is, I didn't, at the time when I was buying it, it wasn't like, okay, yeah, we gift cannabis, at the time, like, and the proof that I showed, that my caseworker, she was basically telling me, you just need to show that they were in operation. Like, it wasn't forced for me to say that it needed to be evident that they gifted cannabis, They may have gifted cannabis, I think they may have gifted cannabis, but I can't say that was their primary operation of gifting cannabis. So, I mean, I guess you could say, yes, they gifted cannabis, maybe, yes. I just know that, they were a retail store and I was buying a basic business license dated before December 21st, December 2021, December 31st. That's what I know.
And you did not know. Yes, I'll get you, Mr. Peru. And you did not know that as part of the requirement, you had to prove to the agency that this is an establishment that was selling, gifting, or whatever cannabis.
No, my caseworker, she didn't.
When you said your caseworker, what's this,
Miss
what's
Jocelyn Rubio was the lady that was helping me move forward with the processing of my application.
Oh, so
Okay.
you're talking about your caseworker. You're saying is the ABCA licensing specialist,
Exactly. I could license a specialist. Exactly.
and so you didn't. So you did not read the document that was sent to you that specifically says that we needed. So you never provided any witness statement or any information to the agency that states that this business was selling cannabis.
No, from my understanding, no. That's not in the application.
Well,
It was
the reason.
from
Go
my
ahead.
understanding. From my understanding from the application, what I read is that I understand the laws behind selling cannabis, not that the store was in the business of selling cannabis.
This is a problem I'm having, sir. Okay.
Okay.
You're asking us. It's credibility.
Yeah, sure.
It's credibility, and you're asking us to take a leap of faith to say, all right, even if I messed up, I bought this business. I did not know that the basic business license was fraudulent. Okay.
Right.
Say I'll take that at face value.
Okay.
To say I did not know that the basic business license was fraudulent. I bought a business. I knew that they were selling cannabis. I bought the business. I got the basic business license, and I gave to the agency. All right. But I did not know. We subsequently told you that it was it's a forged document. You could say I did not know because I bought a business. But the problem that I'm having, sir, is that you're telling me you didn't know what type of business you bought, knowing that the regulations require that this business, in order for you to apply for the license, when you applied for the license, that you had to demonstrate to the agency that this business was in the cannabis business. That is what I'm trying to overcome, sir. That is what I need you to tell me.
Okay.
Because, hold on, sir. You're telling me about a business. I'm asking you what a business sells. We all know, sir, that what's going on out there is that we have these I-71 businesses that they're saying that they're compliant, that they were not selling cannabis because it was illegal to sell cannabis. They were gifting cannabis. Okay, so you buy a T-shirt and they give you cannabis. So I'm having some difficulty when you're telling me that I don't know what they sold. I don't know what they sold. I just need a basic business license. And you are applying, as you just stated, I could have applied under a social equity. I could have applied in March under social equity. That didn't require. It said it was a different requirement. So that's the problem I'm trying to overcome with you, sir. Is that you're telling me you didn't know what they do, which to me doesn't make sense.
No, Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
didn't say I didn't know what they do. I said I know what they sold, Mr. Chairman, in their store.
And I ask you, but part of the requirement is that they had to be in the cannabis business, and you're telling me that you didn't know that. That's part of the requirement. In order to get the license, the requirement said that you had to be in the cannabis business, and you had to prove to us that you were in the cannabis business. And that's one of the reasons why they ask you for social media. You can have customers who said, I went to the store and they sell some of the best products that you can sell. You can send an affidavit from a customer and so that's what I'm saying. So So from my position,
Okay,
yes, sir.
were they I-71 compliant?
I don't
Yeah.
care, sir. Listen, you're not listening to me. I'm asking you, what type of business did you purchase? And your response to me should be, I purchased a business that was in the gifting, who was selling cannabis. And because I know that they were selling cannabis, and so therefore I purchased a cannabis business. And that you tell me that, I'm fine with that. Then you could say to me, I bought the business. I knew that I needed a certificate, a basic business license. They gave it to me. I did not know that it was. And then maybe I'll believe that. But the problem that I'm having right here, sir, is that you're telling me that if part of the requirement is that you need to prove, and you have provided us social media information.
Right.
You provided that. And the purpose of the social media is to prove to us that this is a cannabis business. And you're telling me that you bought a business, but you don't know what they were selling. They were selling chips. You're not telling me that I purchased a business that was selling cannabis. That's what I want you to tell me, and you're telling me that you don't know what they were selling. So if the basic, listen, Mr. Lumpus, if the basic premise is that, I need to believe you. I need to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you bought a business and someone gave you a forged document, yes, sir, I can believe that. Because you said you bought a business. But you're unable to tell me what type of business you purchased. So if you're unable to tell me what type of business you purchased to prove that this business was cannabis, how then am I going to trust you by giving you 3 licenses to go sell the product if you have proven to me that I can't believe the word that you're telling me? And that's all I'm asking. That's the purpose of this hearing. That's the purpose of qualification. Are you someone, because we're not going to be at, once I give you the license, I'm not going to be there every day monitoring your behavior. I need to trust you. I need to trust you that you're going to comply with the law. And the exercise that we're having right here, the basic question I ask you, you cannot tell me what type of business you purchased. It's like
They were they were in the cannabis business, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone want to ask him any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lumpkin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Mr. Lumpkin, what school did you go to get your business?
I went to UDC.
And don't people who have legal schooling know that they should read everything and they should know every regulation before they send money in or give somebody money for something that is fraudulent?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Short.
Did you check the documents and verify them before you sent them to our agency, asking us to give you a license?
I did not check them. I sent them to ABCA specialist, and she told me, yeah, this will work. That's what she said.
Good. Because you sent her documents hoping that she didn't look at them like you didn't look at them. Is that what you expected?
No, sir, Mr. Short.
Well, did you look at them and find out, or did you know they were fraudulent when you sent them in? I guess that's what I'm trying to get around to.
No, sir, Mr. Short.
Did you check on them to see if they were fraudulent before you sent them in?
No, sir, Mr. Short.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Lumpkin.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Lumpkin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a relationship with the folks at Fat Munchies or the folks who formerly owned it?
No, sir, I have no relationship with them at all.
Okay. That was my only question, but I do want to just make a quick statement to you if possible. We consider a lot of applications on a weekly basis with this agency. And I heard you state that time was of the essence. I'm paraphrasing to some degree. And so for us as a regulatory body, we are ensuring that things are done the correct way. And if that means sacrificing time, then it has to be sacrificed. And quite honestly, every week we are hearing from licensees and from the government in some instances where individuals' lives have been lost because people are not taking the time to follow the guidelines. And issuing these licenses and receiving them, I should say, is a privilege. And what I don't want to ever see is a licensee come before us putting time in front of the things that are necessary to be done. And so if you hear the, I guess, intensity with which we're asking these questions, it's because we do face situations where lives are lost. And being in the cannabis industry or being in the alcohol industry, sometimes, unfortunately, it leaves you open to crime taking place. And so you're going to have to, in the event that you are awarded the next steps, really understand the importance of taking it step by step and not bypassing the necessary regulations just because time is of the essence. So that's just my statement to you, along with the question.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mr. Grant. You know, do you mind me if I respond or? Yeah, absolutely. Like I said again, this is all foreign, foreign territory to me. I mean, I'm just very excited to be in business, to be able to, run a business. And I want to say, this will never happen again. Obviously, I've lost money because of this situation. And again, and to you as well, Mr. Short. Moving forward, I will check, documents and verify every single thing, with moving forward with doing business, here or wherever I'm doing business at. I was just in a place where it was like, oh, if I didn't get that basic business license, then I could have potentially been pushed out because someone else, would have, got the spot before me. So, I made an impulse, irrational decision, with purchasing the business without, really, verifying the documents and, and seeing what, what they were giving me, so, I really, I apologize. I do to this board.
And just one final thing, I just want to reiterate though, the excitement and also the combination of excitement with ignorance, that would not be enough if this were worse than what it is right now. So again, I just want to reiterate that not only for you, but anyone watching, that this is our responsibility and we understand your passion for it, but our approach has to be what it is.
I understand, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Lumpkin, my position is that I can take it at face value that you purchase a business. Someone provided you a basic business license, and because you purchased the business, you did not know that the license was invalid. I can take you for that at face value. I could state that you provided to the agency, and you did not know it was invalid until we told you it was. Because since this is not your business, you're not the one who started the business, and you're not the one who had you purchased it, someone gave it to you, you provided it. Okay? So I could take your statement at face value. The problem I'm having, sir, and I think it's clear to you, is that you're in the haste, and one of the critical requirement is that you had to have a basic business license prior to December of 22. And secondly, you had to prove to us that the business was in the market of cannabis. And you're telling me, this your first statement to me, sir, is that you did not know. You didn't know what type of business it is. So therefore, if you did not know what type of business it is, I don't understand how did you prove to the agency that this, and I'm reading your email, you said, here are my social media posts. You say, here is a base, because we told you that you're missing a basic business license. You're also missing proof that this was a business that was in the business of selling cannabis. And so you had to provide us statements to verify that. And what you're telling me today is that when you purchase a business, you did not know what you didn't know what type of business it is. All you know was that they had a basic business license, and it doesn't matter. But that's not what's required. You had to have a basic business license, and you also had to prove to us that this business was in the market of selling cannabis in order for you to apply for a license in that first batch of licenses, because in that first batch of licenses that were issued, it was exclusive to I-71 businesses. It was exclusive to businesses that were selling cannabis, and so that is the part that I cannot. Your answers are not. Your answers are not convincing me, sir. Your answers are not convincing. I'm not convinced, sir, because you're not. Because as I stated before, if I give you the benefit of the doubt on the basic business license, you're not giving me anything to hold on to on the second analysis that you said to me, I purchased a I-71 compliant business, and so therefore that's why I applied for the license, because it was an I-71 compliant. Okay, so that's where I am.
I get it, Mr. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. When I was applying, I mean, everything was I was learning as I was going with filling out the application, and then once I became familiar with the ABCA specialist that was helping me fill out the application, she was just, I was asking, okay, what other documents I need, what I need. She said, I need a post, I need a BBL, and like it really, it wasn't forced that, like I didn't see that in the application, for that business to be known as a basic, as an I-71 gift shop. Okay, but the owner did tell me, towards the end of going out, that they were transitioning to an I-71 store. All I was told from the specialist is that it needs to show that they were in business. They were operating in business, with a basic business license. You know what I mean? So it's like when I'm reading the application by myself. I'm doing all of this by myself. I don't have no one helping me. Not like others that have lawyers that they're paying them to do this. I didn't know exactly, what I was reading. So I'm just giving her documents and information that she required from me. That was it. So I may have made a ignorant, step with, overreading, different qualifications of the LLC that I was supposed to give. And, I can definitely, that's my fault. All of it is new. I was trying to fill it out to the best of my ability, but I knew that they were a retail shop. But at the end, he did tell me they were transitioning to an I-71 gift shop. So I can say now, they were an I-71 gift shop. But before, but as primarily, no. And, reading over the application, it may have been things that I misinterpreted filling out the application. And Ms. Johnson, she did the best she could do. She helped me out really well with giving her giving her information, that I needed to complete the application.
You're speaking, sir, and I'm looking at an email that was sent to you on February 7th, 2024 at 2:45 p.m. from the specialist, and she said the documents listed below are missing from your application. You can send them directly to me for further processing. Once the requested documents are received, they will be sent to the board for review. Pending documents needed for approval by the board. First bullet, valid business license issued on or before December 21st, 2022. Second bullet, unlicensed operator evidence. Okay? Unlicensed operator evidence. Example include dated social media posts, website advertisement, online customer or product reviews, business photos, or paid utility bills, financial statements, list of owners and managers, witness statements demonstrating evidence of cannabis sales. Okay, so she sent that to you on February 7th at 2:45 p.m. On February 7th at 3:17 p.m., an email went back to her from Garden Hill, DC, an email address, gardenhill.com. Good afternoon. I have attached the BBL certificate, social media proof below. Okay, so if you are the individual who responded to this email on February the 7th at 3:17 p.m., the social media post that you provided, it's the post to prove to the agency that this business was an unlicensed operator. Okay? And so that's what I'm saying. So
Okay. All right, Mr. Sherman, let me cut you off. All right. That's definitely on me right there. In terms of, misinterpreted what she's saying, unlicensed, and, exactly what she's saying, meaning like they're the unlicensed operator business that's gifting cannabis. So yes, that's my fault, Mr. Sherman. So yes, they were an I-71 gift shop.
Mr. Chair, could I?
yes, Mr. Peru.
Sorry, I had connection issues. I had to move locations. Just some clarity, because this is the first time me and Mr. Lumpkins have spoken. So I'm just, based on what I'm hearing from you, DC Garden Hill is your cannabis business and has been your cannabis business?
Yes.
Okay, so you were operating unlicensed at DC Garden Hill.
Yes.
And then when the application period came up, you went and purchased Fat Munchies, which is an exotic snack shop.
No, I was not operating DC Garden Hill as an unlicensed operator before I applied. No, I wasn't.
So you started doing cannabis after you applied?
This January 29th. No, I was an unlicensed operator. I started doing the gifting at my store, and after I did minor renovations around April of 2023. So yes, I was an unlicensed operator, and then I applied for the application. What's that? That's yeah, I applied for the application the 29th of December 2024, but I started gifting last year in April.
Okay, so you started gifting cannabis April of 2023.
Yes.
But you purchased the Fat Munchies exotic shop from them in what year?
I made a verbal agreement. I didn't purchase the business. So we were in an agreement for me to buy the business with the contingencies of them have given me all the right documents that I needed.
So you also own the Fat Munchies in Virginia as well?
No, I don't.
So it's separate. Okay.
Yes.
So when you bought the name, but their model, I mean, they're a snack shop. They're an exotic snack shop.
Exactly.
Asian food, Asian snack shop.
Exactly.
No sign, even in Virginia, no signs of gifting cannabis or being involved in cannabis. I'm not saying they weren't, but no signs of that
Right.
to my knowledge. Okay, so it makes I just wanted clarity. So you got into the cannabis business after you purchased their business, correct? Is what you're saying?
No, I was gifting. Before I was presented the opportunity to buy their business.
Because and that was for location purposes, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so you wanted that location for location So let me. I'm not trying to interrogate you. I'm just trying to get clarity because
Sure.
I'm the author of the report and
Sure.
we're on the hearing. Is that so? It's still not clear to me. This document that you submitted to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your name is on there, so it's not like someone gave it to you because it's their old business with their old business information. You had to apply and submit documents, a C of O, to get a business license through DLCP. That's a requirement, right? So in order to get that business license from DLCP, you yourself had to submit documents. So that document that you provided, I mean, that's why we're here, because of the mystery that document created about how it was issued, who was issued by. So I'm just trying to figure it out. What I'm trying to get clarity on for myself is, with this document that you submitted, how did you get that document? Like you got it from
The document was given to me by one of the owners, and I told you.
But your name is on it though. But
yeah, I put my name on the basic business license. I went to DOB and I put my name on it. Just for protection purposes. For me submitting the document, my name needed to be on it for the application. So I put my name on it. The authorized agent gave me, the business owners gave me authorization to put my name on that basic business license.
Okay. So you're saying that you gave them your name, you provided them your name, and in return they provided you the document. Is that what you're saying?
No, I put my name on the document. When they gave me the document, but I went to DOB and got permission to put my name on the basic business license to submit it to ABCA. So they gave me the document with just the registered agent's name on it, and I went to DOB and got my name added to the basic business license.
So you're saying the business license that you provided in email is a valid business license? I mean, after everything you've heard today and the document you've seen, is that what you're saying it is valid?
It said December 24, December. I mean, it said January 1st. They got it. They told me their license was in revoked status. So yes.
Oh, hold on, mister. Hold on. You need to look at Exhibit 2. You need to look at the basic business license that's dated December 12, 2021. That is a document that Mr. Swearer, I'm sorry, Mr. Peru is talking about, sir. Okay? The basic business license that was provided to the agency, it's a document that's dated December 12, 2021. Bill and name and address: Mark Lumpkins, Fat Munches DC LLC, 1671 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington DC, Washington. Well, and I'm reading the document as it's written. It says bill and name and address: Mark Lumpkins for Fat Munchins DC LLC, 1671 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington DC 20007. Corporate name: Fat Munches DC. So this document, sir, that was issued, you know what? When did you buy this business, sir? When did you purchase? When did you have a verbal agreement to purchase this business, sir?
Around December 20th,
At what year, sir?
2023.
So, sir, if you purchase the building in 2023, how can you have a basic business license issued in your name for Fat Munchies in 2021, which is 2 years prior to the time you purchase the building, the business? How can you have a document with your name on it 2 years prior to your purchasing the business?
When they gave me the document, I took it to DOB and got my name added to the document. And then they told me that they needed an updated version of the basic business license.
But why would DOB, why would they not issue a new license? Why would they not issue a new why would they take a license and add your name to it and backdate it 2 years? That doesn't make sense, sir.
Yeah, my name is on the 2024 document.
I'm not talking about 2024, sir. I'm talking about two things that in order for you to qualify for a license, you had to provide us a basic business license dated issued prior to 2022, and you also had to prove to us that you were in business prior to that date. And you just told us you purchased this business in 23.
A verbal agreement.
All right, that's even
verbal agreement. The actual contract.
Listen.
The actual contract came after I applied the application.
All right, listen, Mr. Lumpkin. I'm a lawyer, okay, and I'm saying that for a reason, okay. I'm a lawyer, okay. The document I'm reading, sir, that has your name on it, okay. It says that you own a business 2 years prior to you purchasing the business. I am trying to figure out, and you don't need to answer this, sir, okay? How can you get your name on a document saying that you own a business 2 years before you own it? You just told me you purchased the business in 23. This document has your name on it saying that you're the owner December 12, 2021. This is what this document says. I didn't realize before that your name was on it. Your name is on this document, and it's on the document 2 years prior to you owning the business. You can't go to DCRA. I'm sorry. You cannot go to DLCP with a verbal agreement, and they're going to put your name on a legal document. So I don't know, sir. How is it that you just told me that you had a verbal agreement to purchase the business in December of 23, where you provide a basic business license from December 12th of 2021 with your name on it, and you just told me you didn't own the business at that time?
No, they sent me. I made the purchase of Fat Munchies DC LLC after the application was submitted.
Which is what date, sir?
Which is
what year?
2024.
2024.
Yeah, but January 1st, 2024 is the updated basic business license. I took the document. I took the 20. Listen, Mr. Chairman, I took the document of the original the dated basic business license of 2020 December 2021. When they gave it to me, I sent it to my caseworker, and she said we needed an updated version of the basic business license. That's what she told me, right? So when I got so I have the document in my hand, I take it to DOB, the 2021 document before my name was even added to the basic business license, and I told them to add my name to it, and they needed consent from the owner and the registered agent to add my name to the 2021 basic business license. I don't know how it got there 2 years prior, but I know it should have been on the updated version of the basic business license.
All right, sir. Okay. Okay. These are some things that you told us today. You gave us a timeline of when you purchase a business, okay? Provide it in writing. And sir, if you can provide this board with this proof that the permission of the owner to add your name to a basic business license 2 years prior, provide that. You just said that we're not talking about the basic business license from 24. I think I've seen that. That is something that you've utilized for another business, which is fine. There's no issues with that one. The basic business license, and I think what this hearing is about, it is not about whether or not your current application with your basic business license from 24, if that is above board. The agency is not questioning that.
Okay.
What the agency is questioning, sir, is that you provided us with a basic business license from 21 with your name on that basic business license from 2021. And how could your name be on a basic business license from 21 if you did not own the business?
Yeah, I can't attest to that, Mr. Chairman.
But
The thing,
Mr. Lumpkin,
I told you.
No. Listen, sir. Listen. If you gave me a basic business license from 21 that had John Doe on it, I'm fine with that. Okay. You need to tell this agency, or you need to provide this agency, how is it that your name end up on a basic business license in 21 for a business that you did not own? So if you're saying, this is what you said to me, you had to, the registered agent or whoever else had to give permission for you to take it to DLCP, you provide us to that. You provide us this documentation that says that permission was provided to you. You gave this to DLCP, and they went back and changed the basic business license and put your name on it. Okay? That's what you're saying. But right now, I have a document from December 12, 2021 that has your name on it, not just Fat Munches. It has your name, Mark Lumpkins, and it at Fat Munches DC LLC, 1671 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest. Okay?
Okay.
Your name is attached to that document. So you need to provide me with this information that says that you were given that whatever information that you took to DLCP to change this basic business license to put your name on it. You have 10 days to provide this information, sir.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. That's it, because this is what you said. You said that you had to get permission from whoever for them to go change this information. So you have 10 days to provide this information. How is it that what permission was granted? So you went to DLCP for them to add your name to this basic business licensing for December, that was issued December 12, 2021. Okay, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir. I would get that information for you.
Any other questions anyone needs to ask? Any questions anyone wants to ask?
And then, and just to add again, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Remember, they sent, Ms. Johnston told me we need a basic business license. When they sent me the basic business license to prove that they were in business before December 31st.
Not they, sir. Not they.
The Fat Munchies DC LLC.
Listen, you're missing the point, sir. Listen, you're missing the point. Your name is on this document, not your name.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you the question, please, sir? Can you
Yes,
see
sir.
the date that my name was added to that document?
The document that I have in front of me, say.
Can you see the date? Like, does the system show you when my name was added?
The document that you provide, okay? It says Department of License and Consumer Protection, Business License Division, 1100 4th Street, Southwest Washington, D.C., 20024. Date of issue, 12/21/21. Category 4003. License number 400324803674. License period 12/12/21 to 12/31/23. Billing name and address: Mark Lumpkins for Fat Munchins DC LLC, 1671 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington. And then the next line says Washington DC 20007. Premises application name and address: Fat Munchins DC, 1671 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington DC 20007. Registered agent name and address: Tommy MOUNGKHOUNSAVALH, 508 H Street Northeast, Suite 2, second floor, Washington, D.C., 2002. Owner's name, corporate name, Fat Munchins, D.C. Okay, that's the document. It was signed by Tiffany Crow, acting director. Okay, so this document that I'm reading, sir, it's a document from 12/21/21, and you need to prove to me, sir, how did your name end up on a document 2 years before you purchased this?
Okay, now, Mr. Chairman, we're going to have to go back.
To go back to what, sir?
Go back to the clarity of what you just said to me. I don't know how my name got on that document. I know for sure that I got my name updated to the 2024 document.
No, I don't care about the 2024 document, sir.
Yeah, well,
listen.
I don't know how my name got on that document.
Well, then you need to. Well, if you don't know how your name got on a document, I'm concerned.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm telling you.
Listen, sir. You gave us a document. This is what it is. We ask you for a basic business license that was issued before December of 22. We ask you for social media posts to prove that this business was in the cannabis business prior to that date. Okay? You gave us a document with your name. You just didn't give us a document. You gave us a document with your name on it. So, if you want me to believe you, you have 10 days to tell me how your name ended up on this document that was issued 12/12/21. If you had a verbal agreement to buy this business in December of 23. Okay? Yep, that's what it is. Fair? You have 10 days to provide this agency, because it shouldn't be that difficult. 10 days to provide this agency with how is it that your name ended up on a business that you did not own in 21?
Okay, did you guys read over the affidavit?
Sir, I don't care about the affidavit. I'm asking you. I have a document with your name on it. You need to tell me how is it your name And when I read the affidavit, it still doesn't answer how your name. And so I'm asking you, sir, you provided a document with your name on it. So you just need to explain, sir, how is it that your name end up on a document for a business that you did not own until 2023? How did your name end up on a document to say that you're the owner of a business in 21 when you just told me you had a verbal agreement to purchase a business in 23? You have 10 days to do that, sir. Okay? And the board will use, based on your submission, the board will use that information to make a determination if we should issue any licenses to you, sir. Because it is a character issue. The board has to make a determination if you are fit to give a license, because it says that you provide us fraudulent documentation. Okay, that's what it says. You have an opportunity to provide, to explain to the board, how is it that your name ended up on a document 2 years before you own this business? 2 years. You just told me, sir, on the oath, that you had a verbal agreement to purchase this business in 2023. That's what you told me.
Yes, sir.
Verbal agreement. So if you had a verbal agreement to purchase Fat Munches in 2023, how did this document that was submitted, that's dated 12/21/21, how did your name end up on this document, sir?
Okay, I will provide you with that information.
All right, and then the board will utilize that provision of the information to make a determination whether or not you are fit for us to give you any license, period. And so one of the things I also ask you to do, sir, you provide us a chronology earlier on the record. I know if I go through the transcript, I can read it, but I think you're reading a statement that gave us a chronology of when of your purchasing of this building, because I think you're reading and going through dates. So in 10 days, I need you to provide the chronology of your purchase in the building. I think you start off by saying when you had the verbal agreement and what you did. So you have 10 days to provide the chronology and 10 days to give the board an explanation. How is it that your name ended up on a document 2 years prior to you having a verbal agreement to purchase this business? Okay? Any final comments you want to make, sir?
Who do I send this information to? Just ABCA?
Then to ABCA Legal, sir. The same email address I told you about this hearing today.
Okay, all right.
Well, you got a board order saying that we were having a qualification hearing, and so you can respond to that. You can respond to that email address, the same email address that you told us that you were available to participate in this hearing today. You provide that information, sir. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any comment? Anyone wants to make any further comments before I bring this hearing to a closure? All right. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Lumpkins. Mr. Peru, thank you for being here. Have a great day. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we are at the end of our day. I just want to make sure I look at my calendar to make sure there is no other business. And so we have dispensed with the board's calendar and business for the day. And so I'm going to close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on July 17th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for July 17th as published in the DC Register on July 12th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, the notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as possible. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who have participated in our hearings today, and also thank the board members who have participated in our hearings today. We're now adjourned for the day, and I now request that all board members return to executive session for further development. Thank you.